Good. Okay. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calling the meeting to order for September the 7th, 2021. And before I call roll call, I'd like to share that this meeting is going to be broadcast in Spanish via Zoom. And we're meeting at the HR Activity Room on 2nd and 3rd Street because our council chambers is under construction. So with that in mind, and I'd also like to share that Councilmember Lopez is going to be running late. So roll call and then posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello,
Here.
Councilmember Turan,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
We have a quorum. The posting of the agenda for this meeting was posted on City Hall Bulletin Board on August 27th. We also have an announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3. Each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. At the 6 o'clock, we will have Commissioner Andrade and Commissioner Vega from the Housing Authority joining the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And item B, we do not have any public comments on this item. So we're going into closed session, item C, in this conference with our legal counsel, Steve Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is City of Oxnard versus Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck LLP. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding properties located at 715 South A Street, 731 South A Street, and 720 South B Street, all in Oxnard. Agency's negotiators are Emilio Ramirez and Al Barkley. Negotiating parties are City of Oxnard and Heritage Square. Under negotiation are prices and terms of payment. And the legislative body for this matter is the City Council.
Okay, so now we're going to closed session. So then we'll excuse Diego. closed session, and thank everybody for waiting. We had a long closed session. And good evening to the Mayor Pro Tem, council members and residents. We're back from a long, dark time out. I hope you had a good time here this past August. And what I'd like to do at this time and with the opening ceremonies is come out with a Pledge of Allegiance. But before we do that, I'd like to share with you that we'll take a moment of silence for the Marines and Army and Navy personnel that we lost in Afghanistan. And second, of course, also that moment of silence for the people that we lost during Hurricane Ida in the south of the U.S. and also in the northern part of the country. And also to pray and thank our first responders and residents in the fire areas here in the Western U.S. and California. With that, please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize for interrupting, but I'm hearing rumblings that the televised feed is not working for the meeting. Can we have someone check it?
We'll look at it. Thank you so much. And also we have some proclamations that we'd like to share, but I know that we got a message from one of our residents that potentially or normally we have two accommodations, but we have three accommodations today, proclamations, excuse me, that are really, really important at this time. So I'd like to start off by, hopefully we have Chief Alex Hamilton with us. So I have a proclamation here in the remembrance of the 20th anniversary for 9/11. And I'd like to share this information at this time. Whereas on September 11, 2001, the American people endured the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil in the nation's history. And in response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in a remarkable spirit of patriotism and unity and carried out countless of acts of kindness, generosity, courage, and compassion. Whereas in September 11, it's also the time to honor and mourn and remember the hundreds of first responders who showed determination, heroism, selfishness in the face of unprecedented attack, and whose lives have continued to be affected with illness and loss due to the extended exposure during the rescue and the recovery of the thousands lost and injured at the World Trade Center in New York City. And whereas we mark this 20th anniversary of 9/11, and those who will be never forgotten, we remember the courage, the compassion, the unity displayed by the first responders and the American people following this hideous attacks. As we mourn the most solemn anniversary, let us reflect on the freedom and tolerance that helps define this great nation. Whereas participating in the service and remembrance of activities on September 11 is a way that we can remember the lives of those we lost, a way to pay tribute to those who rose in service, and a way to honor those who continue to serve our country today, including active duty and reserve soldiers and their families, veterans, and first responders. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim September 11, 2021 as a remembrance of the 20th anniversary of 9/11 Day of Service. In the City of Oxnard, and we invite all residents to participate in the service and remembrance of activities. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused the great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 7th day of September 2021. And we have Chief Hamilton.
Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council, Mayor, thank you so much for this proclamation. 9/11 is still a very solemn day, I know, for our global community, but in particular for the fire service. And so we very much appreciate the recognition. And so on behalf of all of the members of the Oxnard Fire Department, I say a heartfelt thank you.
Thank you so much. And every 9/11, you have a remembrance in some of the fire stations. Are you going to have that? Is that going to be
That's
over on Second Street?
That's correct. Each one of our fire stations will be having a flag raising ceremony right before 7 o'clock Pacific time. And so we'll have a press release coming out on that before Saturday's events.
Chief Hamblin, thank you so much. And again, thank you to all the first responders. And I know that this is right in your hearts and all our hearts. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm. Our second item that we have is we have Mark Anderson, the president of the Ventura County Bar Association, and I'm going to present this and then you can share some remarks. This is a proclamation, Constitution Week, September 17 to the 23rd, 2021. Whereas September 17, 2021 marked 234 years since the signing of the Constitution of the United States of America, where the story of framing and adoption of the Constitution constitutes one of the most inspiring and significant chapters in the history and foundation of this country. Whereas the Constitution Week gives every American an opportunity to reflect upon the vision, the hope, and the promise presented by this vital document in the fortitude of the forebears in creating it. And whereas Congress, by joint resolution, set aside the week beginning September 17th of each year as Constitution Week, a time of contemplation, of commemoration of the historic acts which resulted in the formation of our Constitution and laid the foundation of the birth of the United States of America. Whereas the city of Oxnard wants to invite every citizen and institution to join in the national commemoration of the Constitution and gain a better understanding of the privileges and obligations set forth in this document and of the groundbreaking ideas upon which this nation was established and built. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17 through 23rd, 2021 as Constitution Week. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused a great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed the 7th day of September, 2021. And Mark, you have a couple of remarks you'd like to share? Okay, unfortunately, Mark is not available, so if he comes on, is he on? Oh, I'm sorry. Isabel Ayala? Coastal Keepers, okay. Okay, so anyway, if Mark comes in, we'll let him share a couple of words. Our next proclamation is this, and Isabella Ayala from the Coastal Keepers is going to receive this proclamation. And the proclamation is Coastal Cleanup Day, September 18, 2021. Whereas the natural resources of the coastal zone are among California's most important environmental and economic resources. And whereas the marine environment is one of the most valuable resources in recreation, tourism, fishing, and other coastal industries. And whereas in the city of Oxnard is strongly committed to the wise management of coastlines to ensure the environment and economic value of the coastal zone community to be sustained. And whereas preserving the productivity and quality of coastal reserves requires public awareness, support, and understanding that the protection of the coast is a responsibility shared by individuals, residents, business, and the business community in the public institution. Whereas the Ventura County Coalition of Coastal and Inland Waterways is promoting clean and healthy beaches in Ventura County. And whereas the California Coastal Commission is sponsoring Coastal Cleanup Day. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim September 18, 2021 as Coastal Cleanup Day in the City of Oxnard and urge all residents, individuals, businesses, groups, and public institutions to observe this event and participate in the appropriate activities designed to promote a healthy and productive coastal environment for the benefit of all residents of Oxnard. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused a great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed on the 7th day of September, 2021. And we have Isabel Ayala from the Coastal Keepers to share a couple of words. Isabel.
Thank you so much, Mayor Zaragoza. It's with great pleasure to be recognized with this award for the second time on behalf of Coastal Keepers. Altogether, we've been able to not only bring awareness, bring consciousness to our coastal community, especially in the city of Oxnard. We're here on a mission to turn Ormond Beach and its inhabitants a sacrifice zone with various pollutants into the natural environment it once was. These coastal wetlands have become sacred not only to us, but the wildlife preservation that comes through and throughout the seasons. We want to personally thank the Friends of Ormond Beach, the Oxnard Harbor District, Mayor Gama of Port Hueneme, Oxnard Councilwoman Basua, and Mayor Zaragoza for supporting and providing a platform for us to lead the way towards a greener, more sustainable city. We see ourselves as pioneers to set an example for the rest of the world to follow. We invite the entire community to join us on International Coastal Cleanup Day, which is September 18th, to clean up our beaches, clean up our communities in order to continue our sustainable efforts. So thank you to all, and we hope to continue these great efforts towards our greener earth and our greener city. So thank you so much.
And Isabel, I'd like to thank you. My understanding, this is Coastal Cleanup Day in the city of Oxnard, but I understand that the coastal keepers do this every week with Mayor Gama and quite a few other individuals and our youth. You have a set of youth that really do a lot of good work for us, and I really appreciate that. Please thank all the individuals that help us out, and thank you for the cleanup. Thank you. Okay, our next item is public comments not on the agenda.
Before that, I need to make the announcements. There are
Go
no
ahead.
announcements.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to announce, since there was a bit of a break between closed session and the start of the regular open session of the meeting, that there are no reports out of closed session this evening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Our next item on the agenda is public comments not on the agenda. And we again like to share with the folks that you have 3 minutes to share your comments. And we'll start off with Michael Mercurio and followed by Max Gianis, Ghenis. Michael Mercurio first and then followed by Max.
Mr. Mercurio. Mr. Mercurio, you may unmute by pressing *6.
Mr. Mercurio, is you on?
He is there, but he hasn't unmuted. We can go to the next person and come back.
Okay, well, we probably have.
Good.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Mercurio, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Right. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council. My name is Michael Mercurio, reside at 3701 Avondale, Victoria Estates. You all have been made aware of my recent communications and photographs of the dangerous and unsightly conditions exist on the west side of Victoria Avenue. My understanding was that the parking on the roadside in this area was allowed primarily for people that live in the housing project of Gum, known as Villa Victoria Apartments. The project is 13 years old, and for approximately 10 years, there was no need for external parking on the roadside. I have toured the housing project to determine the current availability of parking. There are a total of 58 units with 2 car garages and 17 additional parking spaces. This makes a total number of 133 parking spaces for the residents. It appears to me that when the project was developed, more than ample consideration was given for parking. When riding through the area to ascertain any obvious impediments to parking, I have noticed some cases when open garage doors permitted visibility from the street that part of the space for parking in the garages was being used for storage. Given the available parking spaces and the fact that for 10 years was no demonstrable need for additional parking along Victoria Avenue, I failed to see why the city created parking along Victoria Avenue for not only the residents of Villa Victoria, but also anyone who wants to park there. We now have numerous RVs parked along the stretch of Victoria Avenue, with, I suspect, people living in them. Non-motorized trailers, commercial vehicles from out of state, some that have been moved, haven't moved in weeks or months, given the condition of the vehicles, and some that have been informed are not registered, with our police department only able to cite but not renew them for many months. Further, parking there has allowed for excessive dumping into the trench, making it unsightly, dangerous, and difficult for the city and volunteers to
seconds.
clean. As I have previously stressed, this is a major gate to our city, and we cannot afford for it to look this way, especially now with plans afoot to beautify our barren medians along Victoria Avenue stretch, with planners, manners, some of those in Channel Island on the lamppost. Brian Yanis is meeting with the Channel Island Authority to coordinate with us in this endeavor. Also, it's pleased to hear that Mayor Zaragoza had proposed that a welcome to Oxnard sign to be placed on the median. Any consideration given to the idea to make this a special permit parking area for Villa Victoria residents will fail, given that we will still have the problem of keeping the trench clean.
Your
The
time is
danger
up.
to the people crossing.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Michael, and thank you for your input. We coming out with some recommendations on that concern. Thank you. Our next speaker is Max Giannis, followed by Gianov, spell that Y-N-Y-A-N-I-V would be the next speaker. Max and then Y-A-N-I-V.
Mayor, the next two speakers are not available, Mr. Max Hennis and Yaniv Sherson. The
Thank you.
next speaker available is Mr. Manuel Herrera.
Okay, Manuel Herrera, followed by Carla Alejandra. Manuel Herrera.
Mr. Herrera,
Yes,
thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council and staff, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. I wanted to take this time to acknowledge the fact that after many years of a budget deficit and years of deteriorating roads, there's finally light at the end of the tunnel, partially due to the passing of Measure E and to new leadership. As many of you know, I have often criticized our city officials when it was warranted, but if I'm willing to criticize, then I also have to be willing to offer praise when praise is due. Many people were hesitant in voting for Measure E because they were afraid that our city officials would not stick to their promise of spending the money wisely as promised. Fortunately, the city is spending the money exactly as they promised. Our potholes are getting fixed, our sidewalks are getting a facelift, and Oxnard has its first positive budget in over 10 years. Measure E is estimated to bring in approximately $50 million its first year. Although this is great news to many, we still have your very few naysayers who only focus on the past and only focus on the negative. To these people, we must just ignore them and focus on the positive. Let's focus on the $14.6 million per year for the next 3 years that our Public Works Department will receive to improve our streets and alleys, and the additional funding that will be allocated to traffic signal maintenance, medium pickup, landscaping, and other capital improvement projects. Let's focus on the aquatic center that is coming to the South Oxnard, and let us focus on the great changes that are finally coming to our great city. Although there is much work to be done, and we will still continue to hold our city officials accountable, let's not forget that we cannot drive forward while looking in the rearview mirror. We cannot move forward while listening to the naysayers who, no matter what positive news comes out of City Hall, they will always find fault. Let's let the naysayers, and they know who they are, live in the
40
little
seconds.
negative world that they have created for themselves, and let the rest of us move forward to create the city we all deserve. Thank you for allowing me to speak and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Alejandra Ramirez, followed by Douglas Bartello. Carla?
Carla?
Hi, just making sure that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. I was able to be present at the event where Monique Limon presented the city of Oxnard with a $5 million check, which is to be used to build an aquatic center behind the Oxnard College gym. During the presentation, I heard some of you say that this is being done for the kids. I am here tonight asking, when you said for the kids, what kids did you mean? Whose kids? Because I am certain that you did not mean the kids from this area. You see, across the street from Oxnard College behind the CI High School, there is a park that has not had an operating bathroom for the past 4 years. In this area, there are many licensed childcare centers in the neighboring houses. On any given day, there are about 20 to 30 children at that park. In the afternoons, this park hosts soccer matches and practices. On some nights, there are 60 or more people at the park. The city has let a regularly used park stay without a bathroom for the better part of the past 4 years. You have left kids without a working bathroom at this park. That's why when I hear you say that this $5 million pool is for the kids, it makes me skeptical. And we can have a back and forth about how your hands are tied or about how the city is obligated to use this money in a specific manner or any other excuses. However, I implore you for future reference to make sure that when you say you are doing something for the kids, that you are actually doing something that the kids currently need. And if what you really mean is that you are doing this because it is profitable to the city of Oxnard, then by all means say that. But don't use kids as a proxy for your political and monetary gain. If you truly wanted to do something for these kids, start by fixing this bathroom you have let rot for 4 years.
Thank you. Doug? Our next item, our next speaker is Douglas Bartello, followed by Julianne Hall. Douglas Bartello.
Mr. Bartello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Bartello, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. The mailer on Measure O is supposed to be written report sent out to every household for the footer at the bottom of the last page. It seems so much like the campaign material shared about Measure E. All of the departments and services that it claims are being spent by Measure O is a bit misleading, as all of the Measure O money, once the measure passed back in 2008, becomes general fund revenue. When the city claims that certain services are paid by Measure O, that is very hard to prove, as money is all part of the general fund. The city has played this shell game many times. If my wife and I both have a job and both our direct deposits go into the same account, how can I tell if what I spent on a new computer is her money or mine? We can't. It's just money we need to run our household. Measure O is not anything other than general funds that can be used for any legal municipal purpose. With or without Measure O money, our city leadership must make decisions on spending and priority. That's their job. It's not their job to attack citizens with taxpayer-funded mailers. This is not a report on Measure O, but rather an attack ad on Aaron Starr and Measure N. If services are being lost, the city chose to not fix the road. That was the choice of our city council. The voters let the city know that they want the roads fixed by voting to pass Measure N. And the city responded by making a lawsuit to invalidate Measure N and show they really don't want to fix the roads. Camarillo has a PCI, Pavement Condition Index, of 79, which our city manager has stated is impossible. Well, they did it with 1% sales tax. You see, the money, even without Measure O, is there for all the services. If the city could spend more wisely, reduce wasteful spending, and hiring too many staff persons. Camarillo has about a third the population of Oxnard. Oxnard has 6 times the staff of Camarillo, even after excluding fire and police, because they have Ventura County for their fire and police. So Camarillo is managing its city with half the number of staff persons per capita.
40
Cut the
seconds.
fat and stop mismanaging our money, and we will be in better shape than our neighbor. Our city manager, if he spent more time managing our city, which he's clearly struggling to do, than attacking Mr. Starr, we would all be better off. Maybe Alex is right. PCI of 80 is impossible, at least with our current city manager. That seems very true. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jillian Hall, followed by Alexis. Jillian Hall, followed by Alexis.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jillian Hall, and I work as a community organizer for the Food and Water Watch. Something which I hope that we can do in Oxnard is to phase out the use of fossil fuels. One way to do this, which nearby Santa Barbara and other counties and cities have already done, is to ban use of natural gas in new construction. Moving our cities and county away from use of fossil fuels can help us mitigate climate change and other harmful impacts. Though the county general plan has this new construction gas ban written into the framework, it has not yet been implemented. This is a more urgent issue, and it can be done on a city level in a more timely manner. We do not have to wait for our countywide solutions to this issue. The city of Oxnard can implement their own code. Overall, I think it's important to agendize the issue of electrification of new construction and trying to implement REACH codes to do so. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you consider this idea.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexis, followed by Ray Platel. Alexis.
Alexis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
hear
You
me?
have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alexis, Oxnard resident and intern speaking on behalf of Community Environmental Council, a nonprofit in Santa Barbara whose mission is to build on-the-ground momentum to reverse the threat of the climate crisis. I am here today to ask the council to add a discussion of adopting an electric building REACH code ordinance for new construction to the agenda for a future council meeting. A building electrification REACH code ordinance is a vital step in reducing the city's reliance on fossil fuels and would be compatible with the state's goal of carbon neutrality, and the decision to do so holds 3 benefits that I would like to highlight today. First is avoiding the many health implications of using gas in buildings, particularly in homes. Use of gas-fired appliances can mean that levels of carbon monoxide, NOx, and particulate matter indoors can often exceed the acceptable outdoor levels. Studies also found a link between childhood asthma and use of gas stoves. Secondly is equity. Renters may not have control of the appliances in their home and therefore not have agency over experiencing the health impacts mentioned here today. It is also important to pass a REACH code so that all Oxnard residents can have the benefits of electrification, particularly those most impacted by climate change and burdened by pollution, are not left behind. There is also momentum in multifamily projects moving to all electric, such as Casa Adelante in San Francisco and 2437 Eagle Avenue in Alameda, to name a few. Lastly is price financial benefit. If a building electrification REACH code would be implemented for new construction, ordinance benefits of
One more minute or?
They have 1 more minute to speak. They only get 3 minutes.
Alexis, thank you, Alexis. You have 55 seconds. Are you done? Okay, thank you. Ray Platel, followed by Debbie Reeves. Ray.
Mr. Platel?
Hello.
Hi, you
Hello?
have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and the public. Well, we have all received the recent Measure O mailer. Spending taxpayer dollars to develop and distribute the Measure O mailer is to educate the public regarding Measure O is fine and useful. However, do you think it's morally and ethically acceptable or appropriate to use this taxpayer-funded mailer
to vilify a taxpayer, one who, by paying taxes, helps support the city staff and council salaries. If you want to blast Measure N and identify its deficiencies in the mailer, that's fine. But was it really necessary to call out the author's name? Could you not point out your point about Measure N without dragging in the author's name? You may obviously disagree with the Measure N content and outcome, and you may also dislike the author. But what you did was essentially use taxpayer monies to berate and defame the character of a taxpayer citizen. Do you feel the same about every Oxnard citizen who voted yes for Measure N? Perhaps you do. Or any of the Measure N voters, what you did, in my opinion, was execute immature and adolescent tactics. In the future, if you wish to smear the name of any Oxnard resident and taxpayer, please use your own personal dime, not the taxpayers' money. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Debbie Reeves, followed by Alicia Purcell. Debbie.
Debbie Reeves, you may unmute by pressing *6. Debbie? Debbie, are you there? Debbie Reeves? Debbie, please unmute by pressing *6. Debbie, you are muted. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Debbie,
Hello?
you have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me though?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, my name is Debbie, and I work at one of the neighborhood pharmacies here in Oxnard, and I'm also a chef steward with my store. And I was just wondering, a lot of my coworkers, and we're calling ourselves essential workers, they're just wondering how the hazard pay is being distributed and when it's going to be distributed, seeing as they haven't heard anything, we haven't seen anything about how it's going to be handled in the newspaper. So we're just wondering if there's any way somebody can maybe, again, put it in the paper so that you can let all the essential workers know how they're going to be receiving their money. I know you guys were out for the month of August, and I understand that once you guys came back in September, somebody was going to be working on that. So again, if you could just let all the people that work here in Oxnard that have been working through this whole pandemic, if you could just let them know, so it'll make them feel a lot better knowing that they were actually appreciated. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, and staff will get back to you on that item.
What?
Our next item is, our next speaker is Alicia Purcell, followed by Jesus Vasquez.
Alicia Purcell?
Alicia is actually unavailable, so
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Our last speaker on this items are Jesus Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, so hi, my name is Jesus Vasquez. I am a Oxnard resident, and I would like to say that I believe that the city of Oxnard should go on towards the path of electrification and getting off of fossil fuels. The reason that I believe is this is one, we should have been off fossil fuels well past half a decade ago, because that's what the scientists had told us, that climate change would become an emergent crisis. But we never took it seriously because of the power and greed of the fossil fuel industry. A couple of the reasons why I believe we need to go towards an electrification route is because Air pollution disproportionately impacts low-income communities and communities of color. Because the building contributes to this dangerous air pollution, building electrification can help improve indoor and outdoor air quality for these communities. Furthermore, low-income African-American Latino households bear disproportionately energy cost burden 3 times as high as other homes. Equitable building electrification through programs that offer electric appliances at low or no cost, energy efficiency programs, and building upgrades can reduce their energy burdens. Building electrification would bring cleaner air, healthier homes, good jobs, and empowered workers. It is also to expand access to affordable clean energy and energy efficiency to reduce monthly energy bills for pollutant burdened communities, all while helping states meet their climate goals. And to furthermore to explain this, as someone that is Latino and has an overwhelmingly Latino community within Oxnard, I think it's time that we show solidarity, not just in the climate, but as a community altogether across races, across creeds and ethnicities and so forth, because this is a crisis that we're going to either deal with today or we're going to deal with tomorrow. But regardless, the planet will do what it must, because that we did not take this seriously. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jesus.
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a
Go
couple
ahead,
of quick
City Manager.
responses before we go on
Okay.
to the next item. So let me start with the caller who asked about the hazard pay for the grocery store workers. We will be proceeding with that as the council has made that decision. We have been and continue to wait for the Federal Treasury Department's final guidelines on the rules for the American Rescue Plan Act funding. We've also been trying to get support from especially the big grocery stores in helping us to distribute the funds once we get the final rules from the federal government. Unfortunately, we're not getting support from the major grocery stores, which is very disappointing, but we will definitely be dispersing these funds as soon as we get the final rules. We'll implement that process. With regard to Mr. Patello's continuing narrative that we should be just like Camarillo and that our roads are just like them and that they're half the size with the staff and we should do the same. I'm not sure how often we need to have this interesting but not particularly accurate or relevant debate. You have to, when you want to compare us to our neighbors, you have to try your best to put it into the context. Camarillo is a newer city. They have newer roads. They were designed to newer standards. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I'm pretty certain they have half the lane miles that we have to tend to, which is a very different scenario. With regard to the pavement condition index, yes, I did say that in Oxnard, not in other cities, although most cities are not at a pavement condition index of 80. I did say that in Oxnard, that wouldn't be possible because roads are not the only priority we have. We have a lot of other pressing and urgent priorities. And I made the goals to set us to make sure we get back to 70 and then shoot for 75, which is much more realistic for us. So we can continue to disagree about which pavement condition index we should have relative to Camarillo or Thousand Oaks. But again, I drew the distinction that the majority of communities in California are not above 70 or even close to 75. And then one of the earlier speakers, Ms. Carla Alejandra Ramirez, in talking about the difference between the potential of an aquatic center and the condition of some of our restrooms. And she framed that as a binary, and it isn't. Actually, both are true. She's correct that we have tons of deferred maintenance, and for many years, we simply didn't have the resources to stay on top of that. That is true, but we are also now, thanks to Measure E, able to catch up on a lot of that work. So she's right about that. But we are also correct because the city council made policy that providing an aquatic center. And by the way, that's an aquatic center, not just a swimming pool in South Oxnard, is also a new priority in terms of our policy. So we can pursue both. And the $5 million that Councilmember Lopez worked out with Senator Limon's office is specifically earmarked for that project. So we cannot take any of that funding to use it for anything else. But I just want to point out, it's not a binary. Both are accurate, both can be true, and in fact, both are true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Our next item is G1, report of the city manager. And G1 is the subject is COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Service, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. We're going to pull up the slides for the various updates. We have several tonight. So I will begin with this one here as soon as it goes to full screen, which is that the funding for rent and or utility relief is still available. So we encourage all of our tenants as well as landlords to apply if you haven't already. Online, the website is called housingiskey.com, or you can call this phone number 833-430-2122. Again, we highly recommend that everyone who thinks you may be eligible or certainly have a need, please call or go online, get the information and find out if you're eligible and for how much. Next is the current rounds of stimulus relief for small businesses. So there's a series of iterations going on right now. So currently we have round 7, which is available to applicants from prior rounds who were waitlisted for certain stimulus funds, again, for small businesses. So that window of opportunity started back on August 3rd and is open through Thursday, September 16th. In round 8, which is actually ending tomorrow, this is funding specifically available for nonprofit cultural institutions. Again, that's that window closes tomorrow. And then next is another round for applicants, for new applicants, as well as waitlisted applicants from previous rounds. And that will begin on Thursday, September 9th and run through the end of the month, Thursday, September 30. All of that information is available at the California Office for Small Businesses, and the website there is, it's careliefgrant.com. So that's CARELIEFGRANT.com. Again, it's careliefgrant.com. Next are the continuation of the vaccination clinics. So in Oxnard, we still have 2 clinics, thanks to our partners at County Public Health. One is at the North Oxnard Public Health Clinic at 2240 East Gonzales Road. You can get vaccinations there Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. On Thursdays, they stay open until 6:30 p.m. and they're also open on Saturdays from 9 to 4 p.m. South Oxnard, at the South Oxnard Public Health Office, which they're providing this in the tent that's been in the parking lot for several months now at 2500 South C Street. You can get vaccinations there Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. And then on Fridays, they're open late until 6:30 p.m. Also, there's one testing site that continues, and that is at the Performing Arts Center at 800 Hobson Way. And they want you to enter off of the 9th Street entrance. And their hours for testing there are Monday through Thursday only, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So if you're one of the folks who've not had the opportunity to be vaccinated, we encourage you as much as possible to get your vaccine at one of the 2 vaccine clinics in Oxnard. And of course, unfortunately, if you need a COVID test, the Performing Arts Center, it's still available there. Thanks again to our partners at County Public Health. Next is a reminder that the County of Ventura's public health guidance requires that everyone wear a mask in public indoor spaces. As well as the State Department of Public Health issued an order requiring proof of COVID-19 vaccination or a recent negative test if you need to enter an acute health care or long-term care facility. I assume that means if you're looking to visit a friend or relative in one of those facilities, you will have to have proof of vaccination or a recent negative COVID test. Next is an announcement regarding redistricting. There are 2 of those. The first one is on behalf of the county. They are holding their community meetings. They are all being held virtual. They've had 2 already, and they have 3 more coming up on September 9th from 6 to 8 p.m., September 11 at 10 a.m. to 12 noon, and September 13th, 6 to 8 p.m. You can get all that information at the county's website, ventura.org/redistricting. You can also call them at 805-654-2998. We encourage anyone who's curious or interested in the redistricting process to attend the county's meetings. How that shapes up is as important, if not more important, to services provided to the city of Oxnard in the future. Next, of course, is our own public hearing. We have our second public hearing for the redistricting process here within the city of Oxnard. And that is scheduled for Thursday evening, September 30th at 7 p.m. And you can get more information at our redistricting website, which is oxnard.org/redistricting. And that meeting will be dedicated to the topic of redistricting. And we also plan to have 3 more meetings thereafter. Next is a reminder about a couple of elections. The California gubernatorial recall election is scheduled for Tuesday, September 14. And you can get more information at the county's website. And the website is recorder.countyofventura.org/elections. Again, the actual date is Tuesday, September 14th. As for the city of Oxnard, we have our own special election to fill the remainder of the term for the council member of District 2. So the information there from October 4 through October 26, vote by mail ballots will become available. Again, that information is at the county, the recorder.countyofventura.org/elections. October 18 is the last day to register to vote if you live in District 2. And you can, once you're registered, of course, you can vote either at a polling place. Right, that's that registration. And then the actual election for the District 2 special election is November 2nd, and the polls will be open that day from 7 a.m. through 8 p.m. Again, more information is available at the recorder.countyofventura.org/elections, and I'm pretty certain also available on the city's website somewhere. And then finally, as we started this, trying to help support our local businesses recover from the pandemic. Unfortunately, we're still in this pandemic, as we had all hoped that it would have been better by now, but it's unfortunate we're still in it. But here are the businesses that our elected officials are recommending this time. And again, we'll continue this effort as we have council meetings going forward. So I know the council members may speak to their individual recommendations later in council comments, but let me go ahead and just read these off very quickly. It's not going to help with my hunger any, but here we go. Mayor Zaragoza's recommendation this time around is the Teppan Steakhouse. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald is recommending Genmai Sushi, which is on West Fifth Street. And let me go back. Teppan Steakhouse is on Ventura Boulevard. You can see this on screen now. Councilmember Perello recommends Sabord, which is on East Sixth Street. Councilmember Turan recommends Pho Oxnard. And yes, that's how you pronounce it, Pho Oxnard, on North Ventura Road. Councilmember Madrigal recommends Ortiz Bakery, which is on at 103 South Rose Ave. Councilwoman Basua recommends Ortiz number 2 Bakery. Look at that, which is at 218 East Pleasant Valley Road. All right, so obviously that is one heck of a bakery, Ortiz Bakery. The one on Rose Ave, as well as Ortiz number 2, Bakery number 2 on East Pleasant Valley Road. And Council Member Lopez recommends Panaderia, I didn't pronounce that correctly, Vanessa, number 4. Wow, they have 4, which is at 209 West Pleasant Valley Road. So just wanted to rattle those off real quick. Again, this is an effort that we're trying to support and revitalize, especially our local businesses as they struggle throughout and coming out of the pandemic, hopefully sooner than later. And we will continue to do this at future meetings. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will end there and
Thank you so
move
much.
on to the next item.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. Our next item that we have is, this is a receive and file, of course, number 1. Number 2, this is a infrastructure use fee refund utility rate reduction, but we have 2 speakers in that item. I'd like to share that at this time before we continue. The first speaker is Douglas Partello, followed by Aaron Starr. And this is on G2, the infrastructure use fee refund utility rate. Douglas Partello.
Mr. Portillo?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Well, I want to be really clear about this. I don't want there to be any mistake in what I'm saying. What the city of Oxnard did since 2014 was illegal and unreasonable. That's not my words. That's the words of the judge. Now, I've been an Oxnard resident for 35 years, and I've paid my water bill every month faithfully. I have one right in front of me right now. So it's got my account number. It's got my cycle route. It's got my billing date. And here's the part I want you to pay attention to. This says current residents past due or due is due now. So I pay my bills on time. I pay my taxes on time. I'm a good citizen. I don't break the laws. I obey the laws. Oxnard broke the law. They took in total since 2014, $39.5 million illegally, siphoned it into the general fund to make up for their overspending. They overspent that money that never should have been there to begin with. And then they want to blame Aaron Starr, who brought it to light. And I want this to be really, really clear. As they vilify Mr. Starr, who's been a champion for the people, he's the reason that that money's going back to the utility fund. He's the reason, not the goodness of Mr. Wynn's heart, that he's refunding $7 million to the taxpayers. If you really want to do the right thing and not just move in the right direction, pay it all back with interest and penalties. Because you know what? We paid that money. We were overcharged illegally. You broke the law. And I don't care if you weren't here when that happened, when those decisions were made. They should go to jail. They should be in prison for that. But the ones that are here now, covering it up and vilifying a citizen who was a whistleblower, who stood up for the citizens, that's wrong. That is wrong. And what Mr. Nguyen and all of you are doing by trying to vilify this person, this citizen,
40
in good
seconds.
standing, he didn't break any laws. Pay all that money back, not just $7 million. Pay it all back. Do the right thing. Don't just say we're moving in the right direction. It disgusts me. Disgusts me. I don't break the law. I don't not pay my bills. I don't overspend. I live within my means. And it's time that our city leaders did that and started serving the people, putting us first instead of your own salaries, benefits, and pensions, padding staff. It's disgusting. And it just makes me sick. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Aaron Starr.
Normally we'd hear the staff presentation first. Can we hear the staff presentation? He may make some comments that I might want to respond to.
Well, right now, Mr. Starr has the opportunity to share your comments.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
sure. Morality is doing the right thing, even when no one is watching or forcing you to do what's right. It's about making people whole when you've wronged them. Shortly after Judge Guasco determined that the infrastructure UC was unlawful in December, I filed a refund claim in January 2021 on behalf of all ratepayers. And of course, we all know that the statute of limitations on a refund is 1 year, so the furthest we can go back and recover is to January 2020. And as you also know, to avoid litigation, to avoid turning this into a class action lawsuit, I signed a tolling agreement so that hopefully that the city can do the right thing and not have to have a class action lawsuit. So in one respect, it's smart to give back refunds to January 2020 because that will obviate the need for a class action lawsuit. But it certainly wasn't because, quote, the city was determined to make things right, end quote. I mean, the city manager admits in his press release that, quote, the judge's ruling on this matter was fair and reasonable, end quote. Okay, so we all agree with the judge's decision that the IUF was, quote, illegal and unreasonable, end quote. That's what the judge wrote. But the city doesn't seem to be determined to actually make things right. If it were, you wouldn't stop at January 2020, which is the bare minimum and you legally are going to have to do. If you really believed in making it right, you would be refunding the additional $32 million that was illegally charged to ratepayers from 2014 through 2019. That's an average of over $800 per ratepayer. That's a significant amount of money that you've deprived people. You've wronged them. You have a moral obligation to make it right, not to say, this is what we can get away with. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our recommendation here, City Council members, that the City Council receive a report regarding the infrastructure use fee, IUF, accredited utility rate reduction, and approve and authorize the following 4 items. And Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me go over the actual recommendations. We've got someone on that's not muted. If we can, they sound very cute. That's okay. We'll get it muted.
Yeah,
but it
we have
sounded
4
cute.
items that the city manager is going to respond to.
Okay. So
Why you say a puppy dog? Like,
we'll figure that out in mute.
Okay.
Sounded cute. All right, here we go. So the recommendations are to approve and authorize the following: the refund of the IUF funds, which will total $7,112,897 paid to Oxnard utility customers for the period of January 1, 2020 through August 31, 2021. Two, the reduction of utility rates by a combined estimate of $3,556,448 for the period September 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022 to reflect the elimination of the IUF for this time period. Three, for the next fiscal year and beyond, the city's full and continued compliance with the second amended final judgment filed July 13, 2021 regarding utility rates and a new IUF consistent with this judgment. In other words, we'll keep that charge off, that reduction going forward as well. And then finally, to authorize the CFO or designee to approve administrative budget adjustment for the impacted revenue reductions in the utilities, water, wastewater, and environmental resources for fiscal year 2021 and 22. So that, those are the recommendations. So let me just make a few comments. So first of all, we are in the process of taking several actions which we must take following the court ruling. And I did say, and I've said it on multiple occasions, not just in the most recent press release, that I personally found the judge's ruling to be fair and reasonable. So of course, the first thing the council had to act on, which we've done, which you have done, and we on staff have done, is to figure out the repayment schedule ordered by the judge, the $36.5 million to be repaid to the utilities. I want to be clear about that. The judge's order was to return those funds to the utilities. Second item we attacked, of course, was what you're considering tonight, which is the appropriate credit to all the customers, as well as the reduction in the rates going forward. So that's what we have before us tonight. Next, of course, we will begin the process to conduct a new IUF Nexus study and then return it to the judge for his review, which is also part of what the ruling included. It left the ability for us to do so. And of course, we intend to do that because I still believe that while this city implemented the IUF incorrectly, that an IUF is possible. And obviously, the judge would not ask us or offer for us to return with a new study if he did not agree with that. And then after that, based on the outcome of that, at some point, we will be in a position where we have to review all of our rates based on services and operations. So those are some of the steps we've had to take and will have to take. Again, tonight, we're on step 2, which is getting your approval and authorization for the credits as well as the rate reduction. A couple more points I want to make is that about Mr. Starr. First of all, we're not interested in vilifying Mr. Starr. We simply disagree with him most of the time. And I think that's normal in our open and democratic process. What happened here has also been characterized to the level of as if the city embezzled money. And that's not what happened here. The city erred, the city made a mistake, and we collected the IUF in error. But the money was not embezzled to do anything nefarious. The money actually went to public services. In the beginning, it went not only to streets and road maintenance, it went to public safety services. And then at a certain point, the city decided to discontinue collecting the public safety services portion and continue to collect the street and road maintenance portion. And at the time, the city believed it was doing it correctly. Turns out we were wrong. The court ruled that. And so we are taking the steps necessary to correct our actions. cities make mistakes. And since in the time that I've been here, every time we come across one, we are very open and clear about it. We're not trying to cover anything up. We're handling it. And I guarantee you, there'll be more mistakes in the future. Our job is to be transparent about them and to get out front and correct them as soon as we can. So that is the report and the recommendations you have before you. And again, we have to do this because this is part of the outcome of the court ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We have Councilmember Turan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the city manager for the responses on those items that were brought up. I have a couple things I was writing down here. The first, actually, this was already answered, is what did the judge require? And that was stated that it be paid back to the enterprise funds or those utilities. Thank you for answering that. There was a statement that it was overspent, and I don't know if I have heard that stated in other reports as of yet. I'm hoping that that can be addressed. Was what was collected through the IUF, was that overspent to the point where we can't afford to pay back the utilities as required by the judge? That's my question. And then I have one more thing after that.
Mr. City Manager.
I don't fully understand Mr. Patello's characterization of overspent. I think what I would agree with him was it turns out it was over collected. That I would agree. But again, those funds went for public services. And fortunately, we are in a position where with the 3-year repayment schedule that the court granted us, we are able to repay the utilities the full $36.5 million.
The other question, Mr. Turan?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. One quick thing also, it was stated that there was an average of what each ratepayer would likely receive if the entire amount was paid back. The two speakers individually, we've heard from them on a number of different items in the past. I once had a great discussion with Mr. Partello about averages. He objected to me averaging some data out to get a kind of median on what the data was that we were looking at. And I would invite he and Mr. Starr to talk about averages because Mr. Partello had a very interesting take on it that I think is important to look at from a data perspective. And it was a good discussion. That being said, the entire amount that's been talked about here, the city treasurer sent out an email today asking people to request that that be paid in full. And I want to thank the speakers tonight and the 3 people who emailed as a response to that request. And my question is, the mechanism of this being paid back to the enterprise funds, if the city were to study paying the what was returned to the enterprise funds back to the ratepayers, is that a new process we start that is similar to the process that led us here tonight? What would need to happen in order for that to be looked at?
Council member, it'd be the same process. It'd just be a different total number.
Mr. City Manager, my question is, and I think you said it before, is that the judge mentioned that the IUF initially was not implemented properly, but however, that the city has the opportunity to come up with a new IUF study so that item can be corrected. Is that, can you share a little bit more on that?
Yes, but I think the city attorney can chime in on that.
Well, I think it's best to quote from the judge's final statement on this. He said that Proposition 218 does not prevent the city from charging an IUF to cover indirect costs that impact the city's general fund, essentially, and the city's infrastructure. And to continue with the court's quote, the court simply finds that the city has failed to prove its current method of calculating IUF transfers complies with Proposition 218.
So it's a method that was probably not followed correctly.
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Councilmember Turan, you have another question?
Yes, thank you for the extra time, Mr. Mayor. Just out of curiosity, the funds that are being returned to the enterprise funds, what are the enterprise funds going to do with those?
That would be, I'm not sure if we have somebody from the, go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Councilmember, can you repeat the question?
What are the funds, what are they going to do with those funds that are going to be returned, the enterprise?
Oh, well, it just goes
Into their fund?
into the reserve, and there's a ton of things that all the enterprises need in terms of capital improvements, renovations, additions, means all kinds of things. But again, it would go for public services that those enterprises provide to the public. So it's not, there's no separate slush fund over there.
So, Mr. City Manager, council members, I'm sorry, Mr. Ron, are you okay? Any other?
I appreciate that. I would hope that we're going to move forward with this item tonight, these recommendations. I would like to request that a study be done on what it would look like as next steps for additional refunds to ratepayers to see what that would look like. I would like to see some more tangible capital improvements or things that the enterprise funds would use. I feel that as a ratepayer myself, as someone who likes to think logically about this money was not used from the IUF as was stated. It wasn't used to pay for somebody's slush fund. It went toward roads and services, and now it's going back to the enterprise funds. I would just like to know, how is this going to look like if it's paid? Again, as a ratepayer, if I had the choice of getting a refund or the money that was collected was going to be used for something tangible that's going to improve services in my city, I would be open to hearing that. But I'm just wanting to throw that out there as a request.
But Mr. City Manager, isn't this the first of 3 payments? Am I correct? Can you share a little bit about that? This is only the first payment of 3, right?
Well, those are separate. I hear Councilmember Turan's request, and of course, we can bring back a report and we can start at the Public Works Committee to answer your broad questions. Mr. Mayor, the payments in terms of the big lump sum, 36 and a half, yes, we have 3 years total to make those payments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the responses.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve this item. And because now we're refunding, the ratepayers for the water, wastewater, and refuse. Councilman Perrella?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to weigh in on this, something that's not being touched. I think it needs to be touched. The city was mismanaged for a long time, a very long time. And when we have people talking about the excellent lady that spoke about the bathrooms and the response from the city manager, when you have people talking about the potholes, when it came to the attention of the council about how bad the sewer department had been allowed to get. And then when it came out how financially we were in hot water, we need to look backwards and go, where did that happen? But it doesn't cut the mustard with respect to taking responsibility for today, tonight, at this council meeting. The people that are complaining, no matter how many years in the city of Oxnard, it would have been interesting to hear them come and make statements when this stuff was first coming to light. I give Mr. Starr, one heck of a lot of credit for him and his wife and the things that they have done. I give him credit for that. But the accusations that it was used to pad salaries, it was used to pad pensions, it was used to slush fund is wrong. The city was trying to be held together with bubblegum and baling wire, and nobody wanted to face the music, including myself when I got on this council. I had no idea how mismanaged our city had been financially. And I remember serving with Councilmember Brian McDonald on the Fiscal Policy Task Force. I remember the current city treasurer asking a lot of questions. A lot of people asked a lot of questions. I remember asking questions myself and paying the price for asking those questions. I remember our past city manager bailing out on the second night of the fire with just an email. Honorable Mayor and Council, the city of Vallejo was offering me a job tonight and I intend to take it. Thank you, Greg Nyhoff. I remember being barred from going into Standard and Poor's meeting to find out what was happening with this quote recall of our bonds. How close to insolvency / bankruptcy? I remember clashing with Mr. Nyhoff seriously because we couldn't get a straight answer to give to the public. Continually being hammered by council members, why are you trying to embarrass the city of Oxnard? And telling them, God damn it, I live here. I got to face people in the grocery store. And when you face them in the grocery store and they're asking you, where's the $16 million that was borrowed? Where's this? Where's that? I can make up stories as good as anybody, but it's better to tell the truth. And some of the truth still hasn't come out. And people want to paint the current council and the current manager, which is insane. I give credit to the people that are asking questions. I used to ask questions. I think I still do ask questions. But if you take a look at where the city is now, where the city was, the claims about slush fund and illegal, it's been pointed out multiple times. The infrastructure use fee is legal. The way the city did it was wrong. The consultants that we hired were wrong. I asked, is there an errors and omission? Can we make them pay the fee? I'd like to have the city attorney address that question before my comments are done and we take an action on this. Because it's getting really tiring to hear the people talking about and the rest of the council dancing like a dog chasing its tail. Nobody wants to stick their foot in it. The facts are there's 7 of us responsible for what's going on. If we cheated somebody out of money, we owe them the money. If the judge said we're responsible, we're responsible. If there's a statute of limitation, it counts. But if you don't look where you came from, no matter how many years you lived in the city of Oxnard, they got a thing. You can kid everybody except the person looking in the mirror. And ladies and gentlemen, there's too many people that have been kidding themselves and not looking in the mirror. I support the action that the city has taken to get the monies that we are obligated to get back to the residents. Thank you, Mayor. But I would like to have an answer to the question. Was there an opportunity to get through errors and omission insurance from the people that did the consulting work on the IUF back to the city to cover this item? Please, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
My conclusion on that question is no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Councilman Peralez, a second to my motion, so roll call.
We have a first motion by Mayor Zaragoza
Right.
and a second by Councilmember Perrello. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, council members. Our next item is item 8, City Council Housing Authority, a successor agency. And this is a time for the council members to make some brief announcements and also to on their activities, and also to, if they have any items they'd like to place on future items. And we have 3 minutes per council member. Thank you. Okay, let me see, Councilman Taran, followed by Mayor Pro Tem, and also Basua. Councilman Taran.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I want to thank all the speakers we've heard tonight. First, starting with the proclamations we had in the ceremonial items. Thank you for those. And I appreciate the mayor and the city manager allowing us to make an exception for 3 tonight in light of the 20-year anniversary of September 11th, an incredible tragedy that this country had faced and still rings true to this day for those of us, not only who remember it, but those who maybe were too young to remember it and can only learn about it through history. So thank you for allowing us to recognize all 3 of those items tonight. And I just want to also say that for our legislative recess for the month of August, I had mentioned in a video I made that it's not a summer vacation as it may appear. I think folks who may or may not be aware of how local government or how government works may interpret it as that, but really it's a time to allow city staff to be able to catch up on items that they've been working on, be able to look toward items that are coming down the line, and for council members to be able to focus on their districts or on the city and what's going on. I personally met with a number of constituents throughout this time, which was really great. I appreciated the time to be able to do that. And I was able to go out into the district, meet with neighborhood council chairs, either in person or over the phone, met with a number of River Park residents, which is really great. And I just really want to thank all those folks who reached out and took advantage of the time we had when we weren't having city council meetings on Tuesday nights, and it freed up a little bit of time where I'm usually reading reports and things like that. So the last thing I'll say is that the Oxnard, that's the one that I had chosen for within my district, is actually in the Fremont Shopping Center. Very great food that they have there. Also, they stayed open for pretty much the entire duration of the pandemic, and with takeout service, and worked very hard. It's a small business, a great restaurant. I hope folks will go check it out. They have a large vegetarian offering as well for those of you who seek meatless options. And so I really wanted to give them a shout out. And I know I said that was my last thing, but I do have one more thing. I do want to give condolences to my grandmother, Josie, for the passing of my grandmother, my paternal grandfather just this morning. And I really, want to give that condolences. I've heard from people already in the community. And so thank you for reaching out and giving those condolences. I want to give those to my grandma Josie as well. So thank you very much for the time here.
Our sincere condolences, Council Member. Okay, I am not sure if it was Oscar or Mayor Pro Tem, Oscar Madrigal. Well, we'll go with you then. And then Mayor Pro Tem. Oscar.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, it has been a long month of August, but we are back in session, and as always, ready to work. I want to thank the City Rec Department, Parks, City Corps, and all volunteers for a great turnout and cleanup of Colonia Park over the break with the Meetup Cleanup Program. It was great, giving a helping hand. It also ended up being the last day of Eastside Little League, so I know they had a wonderful season. I want to thank Mariposa Landscape for their wonderful work on the outskirts of West and East Village over the last month. Looking forward to their continued work throughout the district. In La Colonia, they are continuing to get new piping installed, but there are resident complaints and concerns concerning the work being done there. As the roads are being left very bumpy, it feels like you're actually off-roading on some of those roads, Cooper and Juanita being two of those. I also want to thank the students of Oxnard High School for their determination and for reaching out to state their concerns about issues in our city. They sent a strong-worded email and also a personal message that they were not happy with the current uses of Measure E. To paraphrase what they told me, they are not happy that money is being used for trees on Patterson. Instead, it should be used for their parks, which look terrible. I actually look forward to meeting with them next month in person in their classroom. I want to thank all involved for repaving crosswalks throughout our city, around our schools as kids have returned to the classroom. However, we do have missed at least one on Olive and Millie Lane, right next to Harrington School. And also, in the same neighborhood, we also need to do something to improve the crosswalk that is already painted on Gisler and Fur, right behind Elm School. Residents have been asking for something similar to what is already in front of City Hall, as cars continue to speed down that road. I want to give a special shout out to my dad for voting for the first time in his life in this governmental recall election. My dad came to this country as a 16-year-old, ready to work in the fields. And after like 42 years of being in this country, he finally had the opportunity to vote. Regardless of political ideology, please vote in this and all elections. It was a tough month when it comes to violence in our community. My condolences to those families who lost a loved one. We as a council need to look at this to help our residents, not only as a reactionary method, but having programs installed and in place to avoid this problem altogether. This Saturday, please do something for someone, as you know, from the bottom of your heart, as a remembrance of September 11th. We had many people who gave their lives without question to go help those people in those towers. It is a day that I will always remember, and I know many people will always remember. And then lastly, I'll talk about Ortiz Bakery. As you could tell, Ortiz Bakery is delicious, as you know, both locations were mentioned. The reason for me selecting Ortiz Bakery is that I actually live a block away. And every morning when I open my garage to leave to work, I get the beautiful smell of freshly baked pan dulce. Ortiz Bakery has delicious pan dulce, especially their conchas. I implore everyone to go out and support a great local business. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds great. Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I'm having technical issues here. Thank you for opening the meeting in honor of the military personnel who lost their lives in Afghanistan. It's because of our military and their actions and their willingness to go around the world serving the mission of this country that we're able to live in the country that we do. Secondly, although typically August is what they call a dark month for most governmental entities, I think a lot of us had extra meetings and special meetings, and so we were all still out there doing a lot of work. One of the things I was able to attend was the mural unveiling on the backside of Del Sol Park, and it just got the chance to talk with some beautiful young people, really just very interesting. Talked to several of them who were taking AP classes in the high schools, advanced placement classes. One of them said her dream was to be a doctor. And I happen to have a family member who's a medical doctor who grew up here in Oxnard and is doing very well. She's with the UCLA medical system. And I reached out to her and asked her if she'd be willing to mentor this young lady through school and the whole process. And she just jumped at the opportunity. So I think it's going to be fantastic that we're able to connect these two people and you know, take a homegrown person from Oxnard and send them into a professional very likely, you know, serve this community. And finally, I picked for my recommendation for food places, Get My Restaurant on West 5th Street. It's a sushi restaurant. The interesting thing about this that I like is Get My is Spanish for brown rice. If you love sushi, but you try and stay away from the white rice, they give you an opportunity to have brown rice with whatever you want in terms of their food fare. And so, you know, I know it's probably a little bit late in my years to try and be healthy, but I'm trying my best. And so brown rice when I get a chance, and you know, it's a great way to go. So that's my recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say to my council members, welcome back. And to all the staff, I know we had a month off, but like most of you know, we are actually out there working and doing our things. I also had the opportunity to attend the mural unveiling at Colonia Park. It was amazing. It was my first time being there. The art that these kids did is just so amazing, and it was very inspirational to be there with them. So I want to thank them for that invitation. And I want to make a comment in regards to the speaker that called in regards to the aquatic center and about, you know, using the kids as an excuse, or, you know, who the pool is really for. The pool is really for our whole community, not only our kids, but for the whole community as a whole. And I want to also let her know that the Oxnard College Park bathroom actually is in the process of getting replaced. Just on June 4th, our city manager signed a purchase order for an Excello, and correct me if I'm saying that wrong, but it's EXELOO. And if anybody wants to look that up, it is something that we have already purchased. There's been a purchase order that has been set, and that restroom at College Park is going to be replaced. So I want to make sure that the community knows that, yes, it's been a long time coming. She's correct. It's been 4 years. But thanks to the tax initiatives that have passed, we've been able to do this. And also, I just want to go ahead and thank the Coastal Keepers. I attended a fundraising event over the weekend. And I want to just thank them for all their hard work in our community. They are out there every single week at the beach. So I just want to make sure that they get the recognition that is needed. And finally, in regards to Ortiz Bakery, I know Councilmember Madrigal already mentioned it, but it is awesome, awesome bread. They also sell tamales, at least at Ortiz Bakery #2. So if you are in the area, please stop by and enjoy some of their baked goods and their tamales. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll definitely follow along with the rest of my colleagues. It's a great start of September. It's going to be a busy month with a lot of meetings coming back online from being dark the month of August. So I do look forward to what's coming, at least for the rest of 2021. And after our last council special meeting, as was mentioned previously by some other speakers, we did have the check presentation for the $5 million that will go towards the planning of the aquatic center with Senator Limon, as well as some of our council members here, the majority of us, being present there. So it was a great day, great, kickoff to the end of the summer, and looking forward to the planning process and working on alongside Councilmember Basua to see this project, come to fruition and come to life for our entire community. So I'm very excited about that. And looking forward to what's coming in the next couple of weeks. And the business that I chose, also following in suit with everyone else, is a bakery. And I chose Panaderia Vanessa, which I've grown up going to since I was very little, especially on Sundays after church, going right next door and picking up some bread. I'm a fan of conchas, chocolate conchas and bolillo. So I do encourage anyone out there, if you're looking for something sweet, especially on a Sunday morning, get some fresh bread from Panaderia Vanessa. Thank you.
And Councilman Lopez, we're hungry. We didn't have any dinner. Thank you.
I know. I think our city manager mentioned that last time. We may need to start switching up some businesses, but food is always a great choice.
Councilman Perrello, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the comments of the places to eat by the rest of the council members and the comments from the rest of the council members. With respect to the upcoming anniversary of 9/11, I need to make a statement here. One congressman, an elected official, just like us being elected official, one congressman, Barbara Lee of Oakland, California's 13th congressional district, voted no to give unlimited war powers to the president when he asked at that time. She paid a tremendous price and survived. And if you look her up, Barbara Lee, Congresswoman, Oakland, California, serving her district, continually being reelected, turned out to be right. Being elected officials, health, safety, and welfare for the public is the biggest thing that we can do. It's not padding our pension. It's not padding our salary. It's not having a prestigious name. It's not getting a bumper sticker. But when we do these things as elected officials, we're trying to do them for the best for the public that we serve. And sometimes our nation has made mistakes. I'm old enough to remember the Tonkin Gulf resolution. I believed it, turned out to be inaccurate. All of us are old enough to remember the reasons that we went into the Middle East. Mistakes and untruths were given to us, but we believed it. And when people wave the flag and they don't have anything at risk, and where the change has been, it's gone from a draft to a volunteer. This war was a never-ending war, and a lot of people lost their lives. And it's an extremely embarrassing situation for our country, not for the men and women that served our country and put everything out there, or the men and women that people say gave their lives. Their lives weren't given. It wasn't a suicide. Their lives were taken for our benefit. They were put at risk for our benefit. I hope we never forget that. With that said, I would like to thank the public comments that were made today. 3 in particular, the lady with the park and the bathrooms. I appreciated that. And I am aware, being on the Public Works Commission, the bathrooms that Council Member Basua talked about going in. I want to thank Mr. Herrera for his comments, but I really want to thank Mr. Mercurio for his comments. The issues that are going on Victoria Avenue between Gumtree Lane and Gonzales, with the numbers of cars that are being parked along that street in an area where cars were never allowed to park, and then now their cars are allowed to be parked. I'd like that agendized to decide if we're going to continue to do that. And the reasons are the safety issue. These people are not all walking up to a crosswalk where there's a traffic light. They're crossing multiple lanes of high-speed traffic. This is not a residential area. This is a high-speed thoroughfare. There have been many accidents in the area. Recently, fatalities at that intersection of Gonzales and Victoria. The parking, everything and anything is being parked there, from motorhomes to recreational vehicles on trailers not attached, to vehicles that look like they were towed there loaded with garbage and just parked, to out-of-state vehicles, to vehicles that are commercial vehicles. We have boom trucks parking there, above and below the intersection of Gumtree Lane on the east side. We have other neighborhoods that have asked for parking, specifically Southwind's neighborhood. Southwind's neighborhood asked for extra parking. There's a vacant lot. We're not accommodating them, but we're accommodating an area, as the speaker, Mr. Mercurio, mentioned. At one time, there was adequate parking. Things have changed. And how many of these vehicles that are there are supposed to be hooked up with the people that live in Victoria, Villa Victoria, I believe is the correct name. And I do understand and appreciate the mayor and the police chief having met with Mr. Mercurio, and there's apparently something looking into the future here. But I have talked to the mayor and I support him. We're going to have gateway signs to Oxnard. If we have gateway signs to Oxnard, one of the main gateways is Victoria. You cross the Santa Clara River, you come into Oxnard. Are we going to have a gateway sign that looks like the entrance to a junkyard? That's if you drive down, that's what you will come to a conclusion.
Bert.
Abandoned, some new cars, and apparently a junkyard. Now, I have worked in the area with Neighborhood Pride and Mr. Booz and the individuals from Casa de Vida. Mr. Mayor, may I have a moment, please?
Okay.
And the city crews multiple times, because my fellow councilmen, if you drive by, you can see the vehicles. I request you take a stop and take a look at what flies out of these vehicles and ends up in that trench that volunteers are working to clean. Mr. Mercurio, Mr. Booz, Casa de Vida, and the city of Oxnard crews, along with other volunteers. And these aren't hamburger wrappers. These are tires, wheels, electric parts, camper shells, anything and everything, stumps, boulders, anything and everything. I really would like the thing agendized to what are we going to do about it? Now, as far as the place that I recommended, Savars, and the reason I picked Savars, it's not because of the smell of the bread. It's not because of the smell of the food. The reason I picked Savars, it's a good place to eat. I have not had a bad meal at Savar. And the family has been there since 2006. And the Correa family has hung in there through the recent economic downturn. And they do a hell of a job, ladies and gentlemen. You ought to check it out. It's not in my district, but you ought to check it out. Excellent food. And to my Jewish friends, I wish you a happy and a healthy new year, knowing that it started last night. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me go on.
Thank you, thank you. Real quickly, on the via Victoria, the chief and I met with Michael Mercurio, Chief Benitez, and we have some recommendations that we're going to be sharing with the city manager, so we can share that with the city council. And we had a really good meeting the other day, and I'm sure that the chief is already handing out citations, giving them the 72-hour notice for the people to move out from those motorhomes. And I went by this morning, a lot of the motorhomes are already gone, but we have some recommendations that we're going to be making to the city manager. I know that's not agendized, but we are doing that. I'm not sure if the chief wants to share a couple of words on Victoria.
I should probably just keep it very brief.
Just
We've
two.
assessed- Yeah, we've assessed that and we're working on some ideas at this time.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much. That's not agendized, but anyway, we're working on it. I also want to thank, Mayor Pro Tem, I took a mini vacation and a couple of weeks ago, I went home and my wife stopped me, says, John Zaragoza, you better send me a picture. I forgot how you look like. We haven't gone on vacation for about 3-4 years. So I ended up taking a little mini vacation over to Salt Lake Tahoe. And my goodness, I'm telling you, it was smoky like you would not believe, we had about 10-day vacation and we ended up probably spending about 8 days. So we had to come back because of the smoke. But anyway, I also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for helping me out while I was gone. And I understand that you did a really good job, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you again for that, for helping out. And it was mentioned before, even though we were dark, in August, staff continued to work and council members continued to work. And it was just a great opportunity. So I'd just like to take a couple more minutes here to share an additional information that I have is that the Mayor John Zaragoza announcing City Gateway Task Force. We're putting a task force together. As part of the City Council 5-year priority, the City Council committed to restoring proper maintenance and parkways and mediums, tree trim and cycle, cleaning up our gateways to the city of Oxnard. I want to thank the voters of Measure E for residents who started to see the landscaping restoration efforts throughout our city over the past 2 months. Today, I'm pleased to announce the creation of the Mayor's Gateway Task Force. The Gateway Task Force is a group of everyday residents appointed to lead the effort to create gateways to the city of Oxnard. They're going to work collaborative with the city staff, our community members, and myself to identify gateways to Oxnard that complement the cities to restore landscaping efforts. I've appointed 5 diverse residents who serve on the Mayor's Gateway Task Force. And I'm just going to mention them real quickly here. Number 1 is Marvin Booz, the co-creator of the Neighborhood Pride Resident Cleanups. Number 2, Renee Mendoza, a project coordinator with a youth development program called BRIGHT. BRIGHT means building resilience, inclusion throughout engagement. A young person that just graduated from the university. Armando Lopez, a member of the business community within the city of Oxnard. Selena Zacharias, he's a senior director of the community and government relations for the California State University, Channel Islands, and a harbor commissioner. Also, Rafael Ochoa, the president of Coastal Keepers, another young person that's going to help us out. I want to thank those individuals for volunteering to serve on the Mayor's Gateway Task Force. Over the last 6 months, the task force will identify potential gateways, locations, work with staff to identify technical aspects of the proposed projects, and research potential gateway designs. The task force will work closely with the city staff on this project, and they'll seek input from the community, and the task force will bring this final recommendation back to the city council. As mayor, I'm very excited with the task force because the gateways are the first impression everyone traveling to Oxnard with respect to its task force. And I believe it, you probably have too. I've gotten a lot of compliments. In fact, I went to a picnic for labor picnic yesterday, and some of the officials from other cities are saying how great the city of Oxnard is looking. So I believe this is a path towards creating and restoring gateways that's going to showcase our beautiful city of Oxnard. So I'm really, really proud to say that. And we put together a news release that's going to be come out in the paper. And the choice that I had was Teppan Steakhouse. over off of Ventura Road, close to Costco's. And I can tell you, they have really, really good steaks. And in fact, you can take your own drinks. So you don't have to buy drinks. So you can take your own drinks if you like to drink alcohol or soda, whatever. It's really a great place to do so. Thank you so much for allowing me to share a couple of words on this item. Okay. Our next item is item H1. It is City Manager Department. This is a League of California Cities, the annual conference voting delegate. And the recommendation is the City Council designate Councilwoman Gabriela Basua as a voting delegate at the League of California Cities annual conference to determine the city's position in the league's resolution regarding online tax sales, equity, and securing railroad property maintenance. And this is again, was brought up by Alex Newton. Alex, you want to share anything on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is basically a housekeeping item that is necessary. And I certainly hope you will approve designating Councilwoman Basua to be the voting delegate on behalf of the city of Oxnard at this year's League of California Cities annual conference. And I certainly hope you'll do so because I believe she's the only one of you who is attending. So there are two. So first of all, you're required to do this formally, A, and then B, there are two items they're taking up this year as you outlined, Mr. Mayor. So let me start with the second one because I believe that's the easy one. Second one is to call upon the governor and the legislature to provide necessary funding for the California Public Utilities Commission to fulfill its obligation to inspect railroad lines to ensure that operators are removing illegal dumping, graffiti, and homeless encampments that degrade the quality of life and results in increased public safety concerns for communities and neighborhoods that abut the railroad right of way. So I think that's an easy one to vote for the position for the city to be in favor of. The other item I have very mixed feelings about, so let me just review what it is, and that is calling on the League of California Cities to request the legislature to pass legislation that provides for a fair and equitable distribution of the Bradley Burns 1% local sales tax from in-state online purchases based on data where products are shipped to, and that rightfully takes into consideration the impacts that fulfillment centers have on host cities, but also provides a fair share to California cities that do not and or cannot have fulfillment centers within their jurisdiction. So obviously, I have mixed feelings about this now that we have a major Amazon fulfillment center about to open within our city limits. So that's a tough one for me to want to support. There's an amendment that's the city managers section of the league is looking to make to this resolution, which argues more for local control. Again, this is a tough one for me because, I mean, to be very blunt about it, 2 years ago, had we not had the massive Amazon facility about to open, I would be all for this. But now we have one that's about to open, so I can't be a cheerleader for this, but that is hard. But those are the items they'll be taking up. And again, we need to formally designate Councilwoman Basua to be our voting delegate at this year's League of California Cities annual conference, which I believe is happening a little bit later this month in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I like to, Councilman Perrella.
Yes, does the council take a action with respect to if we recommend that our representative, Ms. Basua, and I would make the motion to send Ms. Basua, does the council make a recommendation on both items that she's going to vote on? And she has to follow the direction of the council's action. The city attorney could answer that.
Yes.
That would be appropriate.
That would be appropriate.
Thank you. Yes. So
Okay, I would make the motion to support Councilmember Basua going and being our representative, having been one time with former Councilmember Ramirez, you'll have a good time. You'll learn a lot. You'll hear a lot of things, but don't get locked in on one table because they'll pigeonhole you and you won't get to hear a lot of things, other ideas. Every table has a good idea. But I would recommend, and in my motion, that we do not support the sharing of the sales tax. And it's a selfish, I represent Oxnard.
Really?
But I do recommend that we go and follow the recommendation on the railroad. That's my motion.
Well, second.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a second by Councilmember Madrigal. Roll call.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes. Mhm.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Councilman Basua. Thank you for accepting. Our next item is a review of the consent items. And we don't have any public comments on this item. And we have 3 items on this consent item. And item number 3 includes also the Housing Authority Commissioners Andrade and Vega. Do you have any questions on this item, Councilman Perrello? Councilmember Perrello?
I apologize. I didn't get the thing unmuted. I do want to make sure on this public works with respect to number 2. We have had a history where we found radioactive material in our sewer lines coming from an outside source. I want to make sure the public and the council understands. And if we can get an answer tonight, where do we measure for radioactive material in our sewer line? It was never explained to me in the past when we found it, just that, well, it wasn't that much. Any radioactive material coming into our sewer line, going into the sewer plant in the liquid form and potentially getting into our GREAT program could be a disaster for the amount of money, I believe 75 million bucks we spent. So where do we check for that? And other than that, I support this. But that is a biggie because there is an outfit in on Mission Rock Road in Santa Paula that had continually wanted to do it with petroleum. I know we've taken action, we've made statements, but there's a big player in the business because we have a plant and they would like to send it to us. And there's a pipeline from there to our sewer line. I believe at Commercial and Woolly Road is where it exits into our sewer line.
So Brian, do you want to answer that or Trevino?
Hi, Mayor, council members.
Okay.
I'm going to let Jan Hauser, our wastewater manager, answer that question in regards to detecting any kind of hazardous material coming into our wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, Mr. Hauser, thank you. Mhm. I can't hear him. He's frozen. I think he's.
Mr. Hauser, you might be frozen. Please try again.
Yes. Hello?
No, sir.
No.
We're not ready for your vote, Commissioner
Oh,
Andrade.
Oh, all right.
Thank you, though. Just a few more minutes.
Jan Hauser, can you hear us?
I think he's frozen.
He seems to be frozen.
Yes.
Let me see if I can get him online somewhere else.
He's still frozen. It's a connection.
Either that or he's a terrific mime. Please stand by. We're just a little technical difficulty.
Mr. Mayor, I may be able to help with that question a little bit. I was working with a project up in the north end that had identified that line from the Santa Paula facility to the Oxnard facility about a potential sewer tie-in. And in talking with staff, that line has been completely eliminated from our system. so it has no contact anymore.
So the line from Santa Paula to Oxnard is gone. We're not using it. It's still there, but we're not using it. Is that what you're saying? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, what was your question? I can hardly hear you, Mayor.
So Mayor Pro Tem, the line from Santa Paula to Oxnard is not being used right now.
That's my understanding for talking with Public Works. It's no longer in use and there's no plan to reactivate it that I'm aware of.
That is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Councilman Perrella, Brian.
Mayor, council members, I do have Jan on my phone. Let's see if we can hear him off my phone. Let's see, Jan?
Yes, I'm here.
No, we can't.
Can everybody hear me?
No.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
I do hear Mr.
I can
Howard.
hear him.
Yeah,
If you let them know that we measure at the headworks of the wastewater plant, that's where we measure the radioactive
okay.
material. And if we have any, then we work upstream to try to find the source.
Okay, gotcha. Yes. So where they do measure for hazardous material coming into the plant is at the headworks. And once they find it from the headworks, they move upstream to wherever it's coming from to try to find that where it is coming from. That's what I got from Mr. Hauser just now.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember.
may I ask a clarification question, please?
Go ahead, Councilmember. Yeah.
My concern is this. I remember when past Public Works Director Dan Ryberg explained that we had been getting hazardous material, radioactive material into the plant. And there was never a clarification as to where did they pick it up and who dumped it into our plant. My question is this: how do we monitor our system instead of at the headworks? Because if we find it's at the headworks, what's our plan to plug it from going into our system? That's a serious question. Maybe we address it at a Public Works Commission meeting, but it's a serious question because our options are how many million gallons of sewage is coming down, and if there's radioactive material in it, how do we stop it from going into our sewer plant or redirecting into our water purification plant? The only other option is dump it in the ocean. That's not an option.
Yep.
So if we can trace and put tests, because it's happened to us in the past. It was glossed over by our past city manager, but it's happened to us in the past. And now we have an online water purification system at risk, at extreme expense, and in the time of drought and precious water. I'm concerned that I think this is a good action. I support it, I mentioned, but I just want to know, how are we covering our ass? And that's the appropriate word to use. How do we protect ourselves and the
Councilman
200 and
Perrella-
some thousand living here?
Councilman
Thank you,
Perrella,
Mayor.
maybe potentially we can bring that to the committee, the Public Works Committee, that Brian can bring that information to us. That's a valid question, that he can be probably brought up, in the Public Works Committee, for.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Brian, so we can do that.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we got 3 items here that, and again, item 3, we have our commissioners, House of Commissioners Andrade and Vega can vote on those items too. So do we have a motion to approve those 3 items?
So moved.
So, okay, and
Second.
by Councilwoman Lopez. Roll call and including the Housing Authority representatives.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Oh, aye. Sorry.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Commissioner Vega, Commissioner Vega, Commissioner Vega, please unmute by pressing *6. Commissioner Vega? Hello? Okay, motion passes 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is a public hearing. This is L1. And this is a time and place to set a public hearing on item L1, the police department. The subject is Edward Burns Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program Fiscal Year 2021 Local JAG. The recommendation is the city council conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution. Number one, authorizing the city manager a prior execution and submission of an application for the U.S. Department of Justice DOJ grant funds in the amount of $107,007 from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Grant JAG Formula Program FY 2021 local solicitation with no matching grant requirements. Number two, authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the County of Ventura and the City of Santa Buenaventura, designating the City of Oxnard as the lead agency and fiscal agent for the JAG. Three, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a grant agreement and appropriate funds upon notification of the grant award. Four, authorizing the chief financial officer or designee to submit a financial report and grant claims and approve administrative budget appropriations for the use of the JAG funds upon award. And five, authorize the chief of police or designee to submit all the program-related progress on the status report. With this, we start with the city clerk certification of publication and any written communications, if any, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Ventura County Vida newspaper on August 26, 2021. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The police department, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and representatives are available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item, and then we can deliberate. But in my understanding that we have Delia Campbell, the police finance manager, that'd like to make some comments before we continue. Delia Campbell, police finance manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I would just like to provide an update on the application. We recently received information from the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, that the unmanned aircraft that we originally submitted for are considered non-eligible for the use of the grant funds. So we will be reviewing a list of other priorities of needed equipment at our department and then submit a modification of the application.
So thank you. So the unmanned aircraft is not going to be part of the JAG, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Council members, any other questions? Councilman Perrella? And then followed by Perron. Go ahead.
Mayor, if we move the action as recommended, but now the unmanned aircraft are not part of it, does that change the item? If it does not, I'd move this action.
Okay, we're not there yet. We'll take that in consideration. Does that hamper the JAG at all, Delia?
With the change of what we're going to be using the funds, we are allowed to submit a budget modification to DOJ with a different ask.
So we can amend it accordingly then?
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's along the lines of what my question was regarding the modification. If we would still be applying for the same amount, and it sounds like we are. And it sounds like it's too early to say what a replacement item would be in that modification in lieu of the items that are being removed. Is that correct?
Delia, you have the opportunity to amend, right? Correct?
Yes. We do have a couple of items on our list, and depending on the dollar amount, that will, just because the amount is fixed. And so we'll be looking at our other items that we need.
Thank you, Chief. Would you like to share a couple of comments here?
Well, Ms. Campbell just said that this is a routine item for us. We do get this same prescribed amount, and we typically invest that in training or equipment that actually make it easier for us to do our jobs. We really keep it very simple with our purchases. So that's all I really have to say about it.
Thank you. Okay, then the next item on the public hearing is that now I'm going to open the public testimony portion of the public. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. Anyone signed up before the deadline has 3 minutes to speak. And Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers at this time? We do.
Mayor, we had one public speaker sign up for this public hearing. Unfortunately, that speaker is not available at this time.
And that was Lucy Cartagena, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so she's not available. So our next item is then I am going to close the public hearing. And we'll close this to the public. Does any council member wish to make any comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion. And I think we had a motion from, who was it?
Perrello.
Councilmember Perrello. Do we have a second on this item?
Second.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Lopez. Roll call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. So that is approved. Our next item is M1 reports, and this is City Treasurer. The quarterly investment report for the period ending June 30, 2021. And the recommendation is that City Council receive and file the quarterly investment report for the period ending June 2021. And this was a pre-recorded item per Measure M, and we do have Mr. Phil Molina to answer any questions. Any questions from council members? Okay, Councilman Perrello?
Yes, I appreciate the presentation. I don't have a question. As I was watching the presentation, there was one line that came up and I was like, what did that mean? And the city treasurer explained it further into the presentation. So I want to thank the city treasurer because the presentation I thought was a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need a motion for this item. It's a receive and file.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, second.
Second.
Councilmember Lopez. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is a Public Works Department subject is approval of the purchase order number 8164 with Vicon Incorporated for a new sewer cleaning vehicle. And the recommendation of the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a purchase order number 8164 with Vicon Incorporated for the purchase of a Vicon sewer cleaning combination model VPN 421-1HE/1300 mounted on a Freightliner 114 SD truck chassis in the amount of $558,631.71. And of course, this was approved by the Public Works Committee 3-0. And of course, and under Measure M, we have a pre-recorded presentation on this item. Council members, any questions? We have Brian Yanez is if none, we need a motion in this item. I'd like to move approval of this item.
A second.
Second by Tehran. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is a Public Works Department item. This is a proposed formation of the City of Oxnard Community Facility District Number 9, the North Shore and Mandalay Bay, and approval of deposit and reimbursement and agreement of a special tax disbursement agreement. The recommendation is that the City Council adopt the following resolutions. 1, a resolution approving a deposit of reimbursement agreement A8373 and a special tax disbursement agreement 8374 relating to the proposed City of Oxnard Community Facility District. And also this item number 2, that we have a speaker on this item, and this, we need to probably make some changes in this item. This is a resolution of intention to establish the City Council Community Facility District Number 9, North Shore at Mandalay Bay, in a resolution of intention to incur bonded indebtedness in the amount not to exceed $22 million with the proposed City of Oxnard Community Facility District Number 9, North Shore. And this was also went to the Finance and Governance Committee with a 3-0 item. So we have a speaker on this item, and also I'd like to have Mr. Ken Roselle share some additional information on item number 2. City Attorney Ken Roselle, are you on?
Yes, I'm happy to discuss that. Also, Steve Howlett, Assistant Public Works Director, is here as well. Staff is recommending that the resolution of intention be modified to indicate that the services for maintenance would be for the Edison Canal and the Channel Islands Harbor maintenance. And we would be deleting the reference to beach maintenance and beach patrol. So that is staff's recommended changes. There's also an exhibit which lays out the budget, and the same changes would be made, that the Mandalay State Beach maintenance and patrol funding would be modified and changed to maintenance of the Edison Canal and the Channel Islands Harbor maintenance. So that,
Thank you.
that is staff's recommendation to council to modify that one resolution.
Thank you. Before we continue on this item, I do have one speaker, Mayor Pro Tem. We'd like to have the speaker speak at this time.
Yeah, the speaker, go ahead, I'm fine.
Okay, it's Audrey Keller. I'd like to make a presentation of this item.
Mayor, our public speaker is not available.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to do a comment on staff's efforts on this. Reading a flurry of emails that came through kind of late into the process about wording, and you know, Assistant City Attorney Ken Roselle reached out to the other side of this equation and was able to get an agreement to be able to modify some language, which otherwise probably would have been a big challenge. So I just wanted to compliment Mr. Roselle for stepping in, working with the applicant, and coming to a successful conclusion. So I think it was a job well done.
And also, I think Steve Holly did a really good job working together with our city attorney. They did an excellent job. Councilmember Perrello.
I want to echo Mayor Pro Tem's comments. This is a great example for the public that unfortunately you don't always see what happens. It started out with a committee meeting and only one member of the public spoke at a committee meeting, Ms. Debbie Mitchell. And then it started that I got a letter from Ms. Audrey Keller, a neighborhood chairperson, and then Mr. Chatnever, and shared it with the city. And then Mr. Roselle and Mr. Howlett got involved. And Mr. Roselle, through his skill, craft, daring, whatever you want to say, but his good works was able to reach an agreement that seems to have satisfied all parties. And it's unfortunate that Ms. Audrey Keller is not here to speak. And if she's here, please let somebody know, because I'm sure she has something she wants to say. This is a big coup for the residents of Oxnard that pointed out something that looked like there was potential problem, and it's been addressed. And I want to thank all the city staff involved. I know that there's some people in the front that do a lot of the caring, but this is a team effort. This is a team effort by a lot of people to get a better project, the best we can for the residents of Oxnard. Thank all those involved.
Thank you. So the motion is.
Mayor, the public speaker just joined.
She is on.
She
Audrey,
is
okay.
available.
Audrey,
One
you're
moment.
on.
One moment, please. Audrey? You may unmute by pressing *6.
Yes, thank you. Audrey Keller, Chair of Channel Islands Neighborhood Council. Yes, I'm here, and I really appreciate Ken Roselle, City Mayor, Manager, and the developer for coming together and understanding that their development abuts the Edison Canal, even though it's at 5th and Harbor. I think it's a very wise decision long-term that they, as North Shore at Mandalay Bay, become a member of the Waterways District, and that their CFD, through their CFD funding, these residents will contribute to clean water and harbor water quality. So I'm very grateful. Thank you to everyone. And again, I appreciate, there's nothing better than citizens communicating to their electeds, and the electeds and staff standing together and taking action. And I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Audrey. And so we need a motion, but I'd like to share again that per our city attorney, that we agree to change the initial budget service line item entitled Mandalay Beach Maintenance / Patrol Funding to Edison Canal and Channel Islands Harbor Maintenance. And also that the other document also reference beach and beach patrol would be deleted, and reference to the maintenance of Edison Canal and Channel Islands Harbor Maintenance would be also be included. Is that correct, Mr. Ken?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we need a motion for that.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommended action with the amended language.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Second by Perella. Roll call.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next item is the Community Development Department. Subject is Peninsula Road street vacation and acceptance of a public access easement. Planning zoning PZ number 21-660-01. Street vacation, a resolution of intention to vacate the southernmost 272 feet of Peninsula Road fronting 3605 Peninsula Road, and acceptance of a public access easement to allow for the continuation of vehicular circulation. And the recommendation is the City Council, 1, find this project exempt from the environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, guideline section 15061 B3. 2, adopt a resolution declaring its intention to vacate its right, title, and interest in the southernmost 272 feet of right-of-way fronting 3605 Peninsula Road, and accept a public access easement to allow for the continuation of vehicular circulation. And 3, direct the city clerk to schedule a public hearing in accordance with the vacation procedures contained in California Street and Highway Code, section 8300, to be held on Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 at 6 p.m. at the City Council Chambers of the City of Oxnard, located at 305 West 3rd Street in Oxnard. And of course, this was not in the committee, so this was a under, excuse me, video and a link requiring Measure M, a pre-recorded presentation. And we have Vito to have, answer any questions if we have any. Councilmember Perrella?
Yes, I want to thank Mr. Isidro Figueroa. And I hope I pronounced it right, Isidro Figueroa. The presentation was clear, I understood it, and he's done another one a little later. It's an impressive addition to the planning department. I support this. It also gets back to the fact that eventually the county and the city have come to agreements, and it's taken a long time, but there's a lot of work that's been done behind the scenes on both bodies, entities, and there's a lot to share in the success of this, if it's approved.
And I'll second that. And I want to share what Councilmember Perrella says, a partnership that our city manager and the county CEO put together, and Councilman, and of course Supervisor Ramirez and our staff put together. This partnership is really going to help us with that hotel. So I'll second that. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes, and thank you, Isidro. Thank you for your work.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Isidro, thank you also. Item number 5 is Community Development Department. Subject is Encroachment Protection Agreement, Amendment 6 Amendment to the Encroachment Protection Agreement between the Department of the Navy, the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Land, the Ventura Land Trust, and the City of Oxnard. And the recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the 6th Amendment to the Encroachment Protection Agreement between the Department of the Navy, the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Land, the Ventura Land Trust, and the City of Oxnard, 8-7734, for the purpose of acquiring a long-term interest in lands for a period of 5 years beginning September 30, 2021, and ending September 29, 2026. And again, was also a pre-recorded item under Measure M. We have Vito to answer any questions. And Councilmember Perrella.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't put my hand down, so it was still up.
Okay.
I apologize. I support this. I don't have any questions on it. I appreciated the presentation.
No, I
It's
support-
great to get, so thank you.
Thank you. I second the motion to this item too. You know, the cities, the county, and all those people have really worked really hard to eliminate any encroachments to the air base and also to the land conservancy there at Ormont Beach, which is really going to help us tremendously in preserving this land for a long, long time under the trust, the Ventura Trust account. So I'll second. Roll call.
This is to confirm that Councilmember Bert Perrello made a motion for this item.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. Second by the mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes,
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item, item 6, is Community Development Department. And the subject is the First Amendment of Agreement number 9041-20 CD for consulting services. And the recommendation is the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a contract amendment to increase the contract amount by $375,000 for a total contract of $525,000 with Bureau, how do you pronounce that? Verdes of North America Incorporated, Meritus, excuse me, of North America, and agreement number 9041-20 CD for an on-call plan and check and inspection services ending December 31, 2022. And this again, this was pre-recorded. I am under Measure M. Council members? Councilmember Turan?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
Thank you for the presentation for this particular item. Mr. Adomaitis or Mr. Pengili, I'm just wondering if someone, just for the benefit of the public, would be willing to give a brief explanation about what the on-call services will do, what the service to be provided is, and how that will look on the ground floor in the planning department.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Jeff Pengeli, Assistant Director of Community Development. We've used historically third-party plan check services to shave peaks in workload. Since COVID, some of the staffing issues we've had and some of the inefficiencies of working through the COVID work environment, we've gotten behind and have a backlog that we're not pleased with. This is one tool we can use to attack that backlog and to try to get our plan check turnaround cycles in a more reasonable time frame. This ultimately encourages homeowners and businesses and removes the potential deterrent from a long plan check cycle that we're striving to achieve.
Great, thank you very much. I really appreciate that explanation for the benefit of the public. And I get occasional emails, and I'd imagine my colleagues do also, just checking on the status of permit applications or where things are in plan check. And so anything we can do to expedite that, I appreciate the efforts of staff on making that happen. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd be willing to move the recommended action.
Thank you. We need a second.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the last item we have is the Public Works Department, and this subject is Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, WIFIA application. And the recommendation of the City Council adopt a resolution to repeal Resolution 15429, authorizing the city manager to submit an application for the amount of $49,792,000 from the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act loan administered by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, designating the amount of project expenditures to be reimbursed by proceeds from the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act loan, and dedicating and pledging the revenues and funds for the repayment of the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act loan from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And again, this was in Measure M pre-recorded presentation. And Brian, you on this? Council members, any questions on this item? Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, also for the presentation and the information that was included in the staff report. I'm just wondering, similar to the previous item, if someone from staff would be willing to just briefly explain what we would be looking at with the WIFIA application update, what that would look like, why we're looking at an increased amount, and tangible items that we're looking at with that increased amount.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, Councilmember Turan. Yes, the increase came with this new resolution that we're asking for you guys to adopt tonight. And we found additional items that needed to be added to the application. I'm going to let Tim Beeman, our supervisor civil engineer, go into a little bit more details on the findings that we had regarding this project and this application.
Okay, Tim.
Thank you, Brian, Mayor, council members. Yes, so we, during the initial letter of intent, we had an initial look at the items, and then we took a couple steps back, including we actually went and found the original process engineer for the original AWPF. And through consulting with them, we realized some of the items that were intended to be included with an expansion. And so that did increase the cost. So I would say doing a little bit more legwork, as many of the employees that were originally on the project have since left. And we had to do a little bit more digging. We also looked into other agencies, to the south that have done similar projects and consulted with them on some of the true cost of what it is we are looking at. And that is a large portion of what we have with the increase.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And just real quickly on that too, one last item is for our advanced water purification facility. It sounds like we're going to be looking at items that will increase the capacity of it and its ability to output recycled water or turned into what should be potable water, if I'm correct on that. And if you can just confirm that. And the last thing is we are applying for $49,792,000. Let's say that through the course of this work, we only end up expending $38 million. What happens with the difference there because this is a loan or credit, excuse me?
Right, so going back to, because it is a loan, we are only on the hook for what we borrow. And so that whole number is, looking at the entire project, but if there is additional cash on hand or something that we can use in its place, then we don't necessarily have to take all the loan money or pay it back. It's just whatever we take.
Good point.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we need a motion for this item.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, and I didn't realize second. Who was the second?
Perrello.
Perrello. Okay, Perrello, second. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes, and I just want to say for the record, thank you, staff, on this. I hope the public recognizes the importance of this water purification facility we have and the role it'll play in the future. Thank you.
Very important item. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes, and I must say, cannot pass the opportunity. Mr. Beeman, that is an impressive beard.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's our last item. We are adjourned. Thank you.
I'm just
Thank you
curious,
very
how
much.
the worst guys don't have any gray hair.
Thank you.